I'll get started in a minute. I'm just like putting stuff together. I like the background anyway, so I'm up for letting it stay for a bit. All right, all right. Let's see. Let's see where we're gonna land today. All right, what we're gonna build today is an old project of mine. I mean, old, where I have a JavaScript sandbox, one eval function, exposing that over MCP, and basically replacing MCP and using the code act pattern where the LLM is building its own code, except instead of having it like give it bash and give it access to like freaking everything on your machine, um, you have like a very constrained JavaScript sandbox, which not only makes it easier to write code because like writing bash code is like kind of a mess, but also allows us to like very carefully control stuff that we pull in. And this was working as an MCP. I decided to ditch my own implementation of MCP because like, why am I trying to build everything myself? At this point, there's a good Go MCP framework. And so we'll work on that. Then we'll work on testing it a little bit more, especially now that there's like many more agents. Back then I was like using it mostly in Claude Desktop. So now I'm going to try to play more with it in like say Claude or OpenCode, see what we can do there. And I started building a functionality to like inspect and provide documentation, right? Like providing documentation on the libraries and modules that are loaded in this JavaScript framework is going to be crucial because it's like the new MCP tool description. So giving the model the opportunity to like inspect it and all of that is going to be interesting. and there was some like vibe coded backend stuff that's like maybe not all that great. I refactored the entire API of my LLM framework, which allows us to do like much more. So I want to integrate that because I blasted the JavaScript API to that. And maybe that's where we'll start, right? Like I still have like work to kind of clean up. So as part of this refactor and as part of this refactor of my Pinocchio framework, one thing that I did is like everything's event driven now. And I mean, it was before, but now it's like a little bit cleaned up. We have a much more simple interface to start inferences, to call tools. And part of this event framework that is fairly easily extendable is that you can run it over Redis and then basically, have like a web UI, but also the exact same events you can use on the command line. So you can basically, switch this stuff up. And I don't fully remember where I was at. Like I was definitely building a Preact plus Zustand web application to not like pull in full of React, but I decided to use npm at some point. And one thing that I was missing is like I kind of destroyed the conversation handling. There's a lot to say about this framework. I'm just going to like wrap it up and put in like a pull request to have this. One thing is like it was forgetting who I was. I hope that I fixed that. All right, cool. Compute a few additions. So there's tool calls with like custom UI widgets. So you can like kind of register like your custom widgets. So this is a custom widget for a tool call, for a tool result. There's all kinds of things here. And I think I'm just going to call this kind of a day at this point. This seems to be at least good enough. Like if you look at the Redux store, you can see kind of the events that are happening. So you get like LLM Delta events, you get like WebSocket events, you get like semantically, like there's just like a lot of stuff in there that might or might not be good. But to me, this is like a huge, huge step in all of this, is that you can build applications like these that, look pretty nice. They have streaming, they have everything. You can register custom widgets. And the cool thing about it is that you can actually, with or without Redis, you can also use it on the command line. Right, so for the web application, you kind of need Redis. Actually, you don't, but there's a WebSocket thing. But this simple chat looks way too old. I think we can remove it. And then simple Redis streaming inference. I don't remember what that was. I think this is just like doing a single inference over Redis. Yeah. But then there's this thing called the command agents, the simple chat agent, which is using the same kind of event system in the background. You can see it's like pretty much the same thing as here, but you can register your own little widgets. So you can say like compute a few additions, just make up numbers, no questions asked. And the exact same mechanism allows you to add custom widgets in here. So this is literally the same stuff as this on the right, except I have one more middleware in there. I won't go into middleware here, but you can have like dynamic widgets, right? So like there's a special widgets that is activated when such structured data is shown here. So this structured data here, there's like log event that you can toggle. There's all kinds of stuff, but also you can see how these things just appear as they're streaming. Like if you look more carefully, you can see those appearing as they're streaming. So cool shit. I'm gonna pull request it. You get like, I mean, some of it is like a little bit broken because it like outputs some log stuff. I don't know. But overall, it's working. So let's look at the status of the workspace. So we have a few changes here. I think this is use structured events plus proper conversation handling on the server side. This is very vibe. Like, I haven't really made a full review of it, but as far as I can tell, it looks reasonably decent to at least be merged. And I'm sure as I actually build real stuff out of this, which I will have to do at work, this thing will solidify a little bit more. The timeline control, you know, like this is proof that a lot of it works. And yeah, now it's time to lint. So I'm going to just commit this without checking the lint. Then I'm going to lint actually and have GPT-5 maybe fix the lints. Lint's all right. So this is just going to be amending the linting. All right. And then any other repos in the workspace I should commit. Oh, so there's Geppetto as well, and I see there's a ttemp here as well. So add multi-turn conversation docs. There's a lot of work I want to do on document management, but if I go into this today, we'll never finish anything. And then let me format this. And I'm not sure what this does. I think this just does like a little bit. Yeah, guess might warrant a little bit more introspection, but I'm not sure. Make subscribing to router more flexible. Hopefully this lints. And then, so now that we have GPT-5, one thing we can really do is like also, I'll just start something. The way I operate is like while I work, GPT-5 is so slow that just like staring at it for one single thread of attention is definitely not productive, right? I really like the fact that it will like just run off for like 15 minutes. And then most certainly we'll have something correct at the end that's fairly minimal and like clear, easy to review. So what I like doing is just like have a list of these like little old side projects that I did and just have GPT-5 refactor them on the background so that when I come back, I'm like, oh man, that was nice. Like now this is refactored. And so for example, the workspace manager, I try to basically point Amcode or Sonnet at it and say like, please refactor, bro. Didn't go well at all. It like destroyed the program in the process. Really not good. But now I'll attempt again with GPT-5, and maybe I'll try something like a dev container. So, which is also something I've been trying out. Anyway, let's first create pull requests here. So I'm not sure what we changed in Geppetto. I think this is just like minor adjustments. So create pull request, make it easier to connect to the event system, for example, with Redis. Right, so like the terminal UI also works over Redis, which means you can have a fully distributed kind of agent running on a different machine, and you can have like a UI just like connect to it and control it and disconnect from it and reconnect to it. Like it really is like a pretty cool thing to use, and I'm really excited of getting to build on top of it. All right, let's look at the pull request. Improve event system. Improve event system connectivity with reents. Allow external transport connections. Yeah, and then there's like a little bug fix. I'm fairly loose with my pull request descriptions because A, they're only for me, and I rather err on the side of verbose sloppiness than more targeted stuff. But we started using CodeRabbit at work, and I hate it. I mean, it's promising. It has like nice little features, but it's like adding so much cognitive overhead, and it has like bad context. Like the descriptions are just not that useful, not the things that I really care about looking for in terms of fixing these things. This is weird. Why would it want to save this as a in32? Well, we're going to put GPT-5 on it, huh? Wait, what is going on? I don't know if I even want like GPT. I'm going to try low. And then we'll also update cursor. I found GPT-5 and cursor to be really fantastic. In the meantime, we also have a pull request to create here in Pinocchio. Let me just check what is in scripts. We're going to remove this, and then we're going to do create pull request add Redis streaming plus web chat UI. I'm not sure if I want to keep this like NPM based web UI. I tried to do it with like self-contained imports, and I had success in JS Fiddle, but then the local one didn't really work, so I'm not sure what was going on there. Oh man, thank you, OpenAI. I don't know why sometimes, like why this message, is it because there's too many tokens? Let me do Pinocchio profile equal to Gemini 2.5 Pro. Oh, so I restored Gemini support as well. Wanted to add like the responses API support, but I think I first need to get like more comfortable with my own event-driven kind of real-time thing. All right. Well, I guess this was a lot of tokens, huh? I didn't miss a zero. It's like, all right. So this PR introduced a new web-based chat interface and integrates Redis streaming as a robust, scalable transport. Sure. I hate this kind of language. New website command, Redis stream integration. Per conversation needs event streams, semantic event forwarding, isolated consumer groups. Yeah, all of this is pretty cool. All right, cool. Yeah, this is a good summary. Hopefully this links correctly. And then here, it like fixed it here. And how did it fix that? Oh, that's the Gemini stuff. So basically checks, is it under 0? Is it above? It like clamps it. Sure. So we're going to do art address linting issue. I mean, it's like a security linting issue, I guess. All right. Moving on, we're going to have 2 pull requests. So one of those is this. Oh, I guess we have to recreate the pull request here because it didn't create it. And they currently like override themselves. We're going to wait since this one is published, and then we're going to put this one. We do, however, have to merge Geppetto first, bump the version of Geppetto, then push Pinocchio. It's all a little bit annoying. Because it's really like a shitty shell alias that I have. So, man, come on. These like security issues are like so freaking annoying. So let me fix that as well. But then, well, Geppetto is my GPT framework, like from way back from the GPT-3 days. It's basically my LLM library, my LLM interfacing library. So it gives you, I've recently refactored it to have a, basically has inference engines is what I call them. And you basically, this is basically the interface for running LLM inferences, right? Like you give it a context for cancellation, and you give it like a list of turns. So instead of giving it like a conversation right? Like a sequence of messages for the chat APIs that you usually have, right? With like role assistant, tool call, tool result, all of that. You give it a sequence of turns and a sequence, like, because the way, oh, I should remove my, we'll get started in a minute. There we go. A turn in this case is, so let me open the documentation for turns. It's like when you interact with an agent, each step in your conversation doesn't mean it has to be a conversation step with the LLM, right? Like if I want to rewrite context, for example, if I spend like a bunch of messages talking about refactoring a certain file, I could totally in the future just like replace this whole part of the conversation with a new message. And so that's why I take the concept of a turn, which is actually what I see in my chat UI, right? It's like, even if the context gets modified in the future or whatever, I still think of it as like a turn. And then you have a single run, which is like what I call like a sequence of turns. And then a turn has like some bunch of metadata, and it also has like a bunch of data associated with it, right? So it could be like the number of files you have open, the context library, some extracted structured data, and then it has like what is a sequence of blocks, and a block is like the more traditional conversation message. And I took over the naming from like the Anthropic API. So block is like a kind, has like a role, has like a payload and some metadata, right? Like could be user message, could be an LLM text, tool call, tool use, system, whatever else is in there. And so the base API that we now have is this run inference, which, you know, sounds very, very stupid. It's like you basically give it some turns and then you get some turns back. So the events are separate to that, right? Like this is a blocking API. You call run inference and then it just like blocks until you get the result. But you can create an engine with what's called an event sync. And so an event sync can be like anything you can publish, basically a payload of bytes to. And it will publish a bunch of events in there. So I think I have a document about the events as well. So you have like things like event start, which is an inference started. Then you have like partial completions of like text blocks. You have like things like tool call, tool result. You have like a bunch of other events. And this is kind of a work in progress. Like I'm not sure what events really make sense, but you can add your own on top of the sync, right? So I use that because this has, the engines has like a further concept, which is middlewares. And so what a middleware allows you to do is like, it's supremely simple as well, but it's really, really powerful, is that like a middleware handler is basically, it takes a sequence of turns and it returns turns, which if you notice is the exact same signature as run inference anyway. But what this allows you to do is, for example, if I want a middleware that always inserts a certain set of instructions as, say, the second to last message, right? So you want to avoid context rot. You want to avoid that your agent MD, which is at the beginning of the conversation, like kind of gets forgotten at the end. So you want to always insert this thing at the second to last message, right? Which can quickly turn into a big mess if you use this like traditional conversation handling, where what you display for your agent is kind of the same thing as you send to your LLM, and then you have to like filter and refactor. With these middlewares, it's like really, really easy to do in that you can have, let me see, do I even have such a middleware? I have like a couple of middleware. So for example, you have like a system prompt middleware. Why does this not compile actually? Oh, interesting. Did this break? Did all the middlewares break? Because why? Wait, did I copy paste something wrong? Oh yeah, yes, so my bad. So system prompt middleware, right? Like a way to putting a system prompt is like supremely easy, because it will just like, actually, why is this so? Oh yeah, you can add multiple system blocks and we'll concatenate them. I'm not sure why this is so complex, but this was vibed. You have things like a logging middleware, but then you have things like an agent mode middleware where you can store a certain mode and then just like really forcefully inject instruction for a certain mode, which really acts very strongly on how the model behaves, right? So if I run my simple chat agent here, it has like a couple of modes. What modes do you know, right? And then you can see it'll say like, oh, I've got a category regex designer, I've got a financial analyst, and it's like if I for bank statements. So if I ask, currently we're in the financial analyst mode, and it won't disclose its instructions, but it's basically the second to last block in my conversation is always going to be the instructions of like, you are a financial analyst, right? And so if I ask it to write a regex, it's going to be like, actually this one it enters. It's like, I don't know why. Oh, because I maybe said bank statements. I don't know. Maybe it will switch modes. I mean, this is 4.0 mini anyway. So, what's your current mode? Just want to make sure. Maybe I broke something. I'm not sure. But you can see here, like, oh, user prompt inserted. That's like a logging message, a custom logging event that's being inserted by the middleware. Like if we look at the agent mode middleware, which actually has been moved in this package. It will look at the current mode in here, and then it will build a string with the current mode prompt. It will add the instructions on how to switch modes, right? Like there's a prompt in here. I mean, this is kind of like super ugly, but whatever. And then it will insert that as the second to last before the last assistant or tool block if present, right? And this is still like kind of messy. I've just like put these in as a kind of an example, but this is where basically middleware now inserts a log event. And this is the thing you've been seeing here is it's this little thing here. And so this is a custom widget then as well, right? So I can see the current mode here. This has been prompted. And so what I can do is like switch to regex designer mode, right? And so here it's going to output like a mode switch that's going to be parsed by the middleware as well. And then the middleware is going to say like, no, look, I switched the mode, right? So this is the result of the inference. So that, right, like this returns the middleware function that takes turns and returns turns. It will call the next middleware, right, get its response, and then it will try to see if in the new blocks that have been added, there is a mode switch in there. And if there's a mode switch in there, you will publish the mode switch event, which is a custom event, the mode switch event here, which will also go over the same event bus and then be caught. And here in this case, I like registered a custom widget for it. But it's also caught here. I think this is broken actually. But so now we're in category regex designer mode, right? It's like design some regex. And so this concept of middlewares is pretty nice. I haven't looked at Rivet GG. What's that? Open source alternative to durable objects. Yeah, it's probably like, so I don't have that in my JavaScript. Actually, I think I added like event processing at some point. I will have to. Yeah, it's kind of similar, right? Like it's just an event-driven like stateful service. And then it has async built in there, which is probably like kind of similar to my context thing, right? And then it can execute tool calls, yeah. Yeah, interesting. I've never really played with these like durable objects just because I mostly like to write my stuff myself. This looks cool. It's open source as well. And I guess you can run this like easily. hosted by yourself, probably, right? And it has Redis memory. Yeah, cool. Yeah, good to know. Like there's a ton. I think at this point I'm like kind of really happy with this. I think this will serve me quite a bit. Like the previous API I had was built in the days of token scarcity. So it was trying to do a lot with very few tokens, and that was actually not a good idea. It like hindered me for 2 years to do like good stuff. Now that I have this like much more trivial kind of way of doing things, because it's fairly easy to build a middleware. It's fairly easy to build a inference engine. It's like everything's pretty well adapted to oh yeah, see, it like switched the mode. It's just like wasn't super fast at doing so. So yeah, so that's where I'm at. And then we were doing pull request, right? So did it create actually the pull request? We had Pinocchio as a first pull request, and then we wanted to do oh, it didn't lint, see. Oh, because we had to fix the lint, right? So it like fix this, then we can redo address linting issue. And then we can do create pull request from YAML. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty cool. How do they do the, do you know how they persist the V8 state? Do they just like reload a serialized environment and then recreate it? Or do they actually like serialize V8 internals? Because I looked into that, right? Like I looked into serializing Goja state, but that's not easily possible. So I use SQLite to store the source code, and then I kind of assume, you know, if you want persistent state, put it in SQLite. But we'll get to that. Like, it's gonna be basically our next step once I clean this up. Excuse me. All right, so we have this pull request. Pinocchio. Hopefully this time all the checks go through. I guess I should have just pushed without checks. Do you know how they do that? Actually, we live in crazy times. So Rivet actors. Oh, come on. I hate it when the UI like kind of switches things under yourself. So storage drivers, file system driver, client libraries, development workflow, internals, reference, act state management and persistent, serializes data and persists it, actor lifecycle, Rivet kit, driver abstraction, CBOR files, state cache map, serialization. What's CBOR? Concise binary object representation. So, okay, so they serialize their own representation of state. It's like not coupled to V8, right? Is this persistent V8 JIT state, or is it a custom state that has to be loaded into memory manually? Custom state management, yeah, that's what I guess. I don't know if like V8 JIT state persistent even is possible. Yeah, so this is kind of similar. I just give the thing like SQLite, and then I mean the so far I've only used this as like an MCP, right? So like the JavaScript VM stays in memory, and I haven't, like, it does write the source code to SQLite, but I haven't really thought about like what does it mean to reload it? Like how do you keep source code like alive over time, and how do I adapt edit tools to work with the code in SQLite, for example? So it's versioned, right? Like every time it writes code, it will like have a version, but it's not able to edit. It can only override. Doing top level variable is kind of iffy. So that's the stuff that kind of needs to be figured out. I don't know if that's, it would be really useful to have tackled that today. I do have a ton of like little Manus integrations of like different JavaScript libraries that I want to import into all of this. So we'll see. We'll see where we get with that. So. All right. So, sorry, I was distracted. I shouldn't look at work Slack while I'm streaming. Redis is fantastic as a tool as well, right? Like, I don't know if you've seen my my thread the other day where you just can tell the LLM, like, use SQLite, but you can also tell it like use Redis, which is kind of nuts. Like, just to show you what that looks like. Redis search. So you can go into Redis search, and then I'm going to start AMP. And then I'm going to say, research nematodes was like my example. Use Redis plus shell scripts to allow me to track progress and for you to do knowledge storage and retrieval. That's it. So yeah, I should tell it that Redis is already running, but I should upgrade my version of AMP as well. Like I think it still is like GPT-5 enabled, which I don't really want to do. But we'll see how far this goes. So anyway, in the meantime, why is it still like failing the lint? Jesus Christ. It's doing all these like stupid checks. I hate it. So how can we fix this? So this is bumping the Go version. Sure. 124. I guess we're at 124.6, right? Oh my God. Yeah, I don't know. It's not taking the toolchain into account, so we're just gonna ignore the hooks at this point. Just annoying me. All right, we have our pull request. Now we're gonna do the Geppetto pull request because that's the first thing that needs to go. So this is where yeah, make it easier to connect to the web system, and then we're also going to disable checks. Yeah, all right. So this is the first pull request we have to handle. Here we're going to allow Redis CLI, and you can see now it's like writing all of these little shell scripts, basically on-demand tools, right? And so that's what I want to replace with the JavaScript. It's like I don't want it to write like shell scripts that can do anything on my machine. I want to tightly control things, and it's much easier to build up like tools and libraries with JavaScript than it is in Bash to make something reusable. So and yeah, we'll see how this works. Like it has right, like now it has these like events tail, progress log, and all those kinds of things. So it really is like in two verbs you can, like in a couple of words you can do these like crazy things. I don't know why it always asks me for Redis CLI. I've already told it like 18,000 times that it can use it. So now it started a research, right? And then it's starting to just store these things into Redis, which is cool. And then I can probably I'm not gonna let this run all too long, but what is it? RS tail events. Yeah, I don't know, man, how this works exactly, but make a dashboard script I can watch. So that's the thing I should have told it, but now it's doing all these web searches and basically filling up the database and doing all kinds of things, which is cool. It even built itself like a research task system. But I didn't have to do anything, right? And so that's kind of like the idea is like, you need to do it once. And like, if you like what it came up here, like you're done. You never need a task system again. You don't need to install MCPs and whatever. It just like created this nice little thing that you can reuse forever. And especially what you can do is you can ask it to build little web UIs with my JavaScript thing, because it has like a register web handler. So you can just like build ad hoc web UIs. And with MCP, you can't inject into, I mean, maybe with the new MCP versions, you can inject stuff asynchronously. I don't know. But now it's doing me a little dashboard. Right, and then so now I can just do this, and I have like a little dashboard of the ongoing research with Redis, which is amazing. You can do a pub sub, you can do all kinds of things. So yeah, that was a little demo. And so I do have like a JavaScript Redis library, for example, right? So anyway, we created this pull request here. We're in Pinocchio. We have one pull request, and then we're in Geppetto, where we should have the other pull request. Oh, we have 3 pull requests. Let me bump this dude. Actually, did it go through? It's always the secret scanning one that I should... dependency scanning. Yeah, that's the other one. So, all right, let's merge this. Then let's merge the bump. And then I have this cross encoder re-ranker thing here. Cohere re-ranking. Yeah, that's one of the day. This is so old. May 13. All right, so we're in Geppetto. I can fetch the origin. I can rebase on origin main. I can go to the main Geppetto directory that I have, pull rebase main, then make tag patch and release. So push a new release. 0456. And then I can bump that in Pinocchio and basically be on our way. It's like the submodule multi-repo stuff is driving me wild, but one day I'll build an agent. All right, so here we can do make bump glazed, which will bump Geppetto, and can do go mod tidy just to be sure. Then we can do arrow update Geppetto, and then push this, go back to Pinocchio, which has 1 pull request, which should now be up to date. Oh yeah, so you're building like kind of a closure evaluator MCP thing? I never clicked with closure. I never, even though I was like a common Lisp developer for so long, maybe because I was a common Lisp developer and I like, I just like having every paradigm under the sun available. Closure never really did it for me. I wanted to click with it, but it just didn't happen. All right, but I said I would do stuff in parallel, right? So I've got this workspace manager, which is which allows me to manage like my different workspaces and projects I'm working on. Oh, the Go Build Time Analyzer. Did I finish that? Let me see, because I do need to clean up my stuff. I always forget, and it like really gets into a lot of stuff. So Go Build Time Analyzer, for example, is done. So I can just do WCD Go Build Time Analyzer, and I can have multiple repos checked out, right? I can do WSM status, which will tell me which work trees and stuff have been like rebased and all of that. And now that I see it's all rebased, I can go into, why is this showing a rebase warning? This should be fine. I can now just like remove the Go Build Time Analyzer. And so this entire tool, VSM, I've never looked at the source code, right? It's like been entirely vibed. And so at this point, I want to add features, and then like I just want it to be, it's a single Go file that's like 3,000 lines long now. The PR analyzer is another one that I think I merged. So let me clean that one up as well. Yeah, this is all merged as well. So PR analyzer, goodbye. So it has, yeah, so we're going to do git clean df, and then now we're going to delete it. And I think this time it will go through. All right, and so if you look here, there's actually a bunch of like migrate Jesus to Go MCP. So I already have a project. I don't think I did anything on it. Expose React site, that's for work. Add web Redis streaming agent UI, that's the one I'm currently merging. Configure task failure behavior, that's for work, that's done too. Review identity servers, done too. Add vault deployment. Yeah, I never clean up my shit. I really should. Use Ruby, crush, hook system, upgrade. Yeah, I really need to clean up my stuff. So here, for example, I have a tree sitter library that I can add to my JavaScript sandbox. So there's like a bunch of those hidden in here. But anyway, this workspace manager thing, right? If we go into the workspace manager, you'll see it has. Oh, actually, is this like already the failed rebase, the failed refactor? Yeah, revert to working V1 version before the refactor. So I don't even know, how is this possible that this is split? I thought I broke it when I split it into different commands. Maybe not. Maybe I was able to run this. I thought I broke all of this. I wonder if this is like the version that I have here. This kind of looks like it, huh? Yeah, okay, so maybe I already started doing a little bit of refactoring. What happened here? Fix linting issues, revert to working V1, remove alt commands, add many new V2 commands. List V2, list repositories using service architecture, implement clean architecture refactoring. Let me see what went wrong here. So we do have QA results, that was bad. Detailed refactoring analysis. Okay, so I mean, I tried to do some refactoring and like I know that it failed. So maybe some of it worked. So what I'm going to do is like I'm going to create a new workspace, right? And I'm going to say as a repo, I want the workspace manager repo, and I'm going to say refactor workspace manager. So now I have a new workspace. I'm actually going to add to this workspace. I forgot, but I could have added a couple more repos to it. I'm going to add Glazed, Geppetto, and Pinocchio, and Boba Tea, just to cover my ground. Oh, so I have to do this for multiple ones. All right, so we're going to do glazed, and then we're going to do Geppetto. So these are the tiny little things, for example, that I want to like clean up. It's like, why can't I do like five? I want to clean up and consolidate all this like logging. That's a little bit unreadable. And in this case, I'm adding all these libraries because I maybe want to have like some LLM features in there so that it can do like pull requests on its own, stuff like that. But we'll see later on. So now I can go into my workspace that I created. You can see it checked out all 4 repos as a work tree. This is going to take some time because there's now like 4 repos, 5. Excuse me. In any case, so this is Pinocchio. We bumped update Geppetto, so now we can merge this guy. I'm not even doing a code review, whatever. No one uses this except me. Maybe I should though. But I spent quite a while with it. So there's like the new website in here. I guess the simple chat example we could just like kill at this point. And then actually the actual source code changes itself are like fairly minimal, right? Like I added I didn't even do anything. I just like fixed the UUID issue. I added the Redis layer, and that's basically it. Like the changes to add Redis was like basically the command line flags to configure Redis. So, and then creating a router, right? It's like build a router, create this, and then you can pass that as a subscriber to Geppetto. So it's really fairly minimal. We're gonna fetch origin main. We're gonna rebase origin main. And then we're going to do WSM status in our previous add web Redis streaming agent UI, and hopefully this is like now finished. Pinocchio doesn't need the rebase. What's the problem here? Git rebase origin main. Okay, so now if I do WSM status, all 3 repos should be good. They're good. So those 2 have been rebased, and so now I can just like delete it. Add web Redis streaming agent UI. It's going to ask me about the workspaces. And we're now done, which is cool, because now we can start working on Jesus again. All right, so we're, however, first going to kickstart our workspace manager refactor, which is here. So we're going to open cursor. I guess we're going to update cursor now. Hopefully it will not fuck everything up. Fingers crossed. All right, we're already 1 hour in. I guess I merged my big refactor, which is good. All right, cursor, where are you? There we go. This goes to 1. This goes to 3. And I'm going to open the workspace for the workspace manager. And because I don't remember shit about it, because I don't remember like anything about the workspace manager, but I know that I already had like refactoring plans. Detailed refactoring analysis. See, and this is like Sonnet slop. It just like went really, really sideways. I think at this point I could just like, man, I'm not sure what it did in here, all of this. So why does it have an output? Git operations, file change. I'm just going to ask it to do first an analysis. So analyze the entire code base of workspace manager and write a report on the command lines, inner architecture, used modules, control flow, use refer to file names, symbols, concepts to make the result easy to navigate. Use a mix of written out paragraphs, bullet point lists, pseudocode to make package names as well. packages to make it easy to understand for a human. This is preliminary work for an upcoming consolidation, refactor, and then improvement of features. This is horrible language. But one thing I am playing with these days is just like using the GPT-5 prompt optimizer just to get like a little bit more used to prompting GPT-5, I think. So I'm not sure how much I will learn, how much this all makes stuff better, but I'm giving it a try. Right, so just that is already pretty great, I think. This is a really good, like the verbosity of what you give to GPT-5 is pretty good. And I don't know if Cursor does that internally, but I store your report in workspace manager ttem 025 0823, a report about the current code architecture .md. And I'm going to leave it at GPT-5 max because why not? Hey, Way's on the way. How's it going? We're launching like a task while I'm going to start on the actual task I want to work on. So this is just to like show how I use GPT-5 in my day-to-day because it's so like slow and plotting, but I can trust the results pretty well usually. So I try to actually have like 3, 4 running, one for my main task, and then 3, 4 to just do like side stuff that I want to work on. And I'll show you what I do while the main task takes like 15 minutes to build or so. So what I tend to do while waiting on the agent is like, I've always kind of done most of my programming actually on paper. And I kind of had left that behind with M code and stuff because you're in this like kind of 2-3 minutes interaction kind of loop, right? While this guy is like just going to go on. And here it's actually pretty fast. I don't know if it's because it's Saturday or whatever. But also it's a task I don't really care that I need to directly interact, right? It's just like, as long as I'm like busy with other stuff, it's fine. So I'll just use my sketchbook and like kind of do the real architecture on here. I actually haven't done any for what we want to achieve with Jesus today. So we'll see. Maybe I'll get there. I don't know exactly how to do this kind of drawing on screen. Maybe I should get my iPad. Where is my iPad? I don't know. Anyway, so Workspace Manager, before we let it refactor, which is going to take longer. So this is actually the report of this like super long prompt here. Control flow, no code to trace based on the project name one. Oh, but like, it like kind of didn't find the source code at all. That's why. All right, so story report. The code base to analyze is Workspace. I was like, why is it so fast? It's Workspace Manager. Let's do it. All right, so hopefully this will take quite a bit of time. And didn't I send this to? Oh, I put it into the wrong code base. Yeah. Now I understand. This is the right cursor to put it in. Yo, stop. What are you doing? Okay, so here nothing is open because we deleted this project. So what I'm going to do is open the workspace, and then I know I had a project already to migrate Jesus to MCP, and this is on August 20, migrate Jesus go MCP. We have MCP go, we have Jesus, we have go MCP. And what we're going to do now, I guess it's just going to be the same kind of stuff here, which is analyze Jesus project, analyze go MCP, port go Jesus over to go MCP, analyze how to remove the MCP protocol implementation in go MCP with go MCP, and then these like general guidelines, right? It's like general guidelines. So I'm going to push all of this into a new prompt. So this is going to be refactor analysis workspace manager. Gonna have to see how I manage these like different prompts, because now I want to create a new prompt, right? I'm gonna paste all of this in here, and then I'm gonna click on optimize, and then I want to say like update this huge copy pasted instruction stuff to actually focus adapt to the first refactoring task. And oops, oh, I can't. Yeah, this is, man, this is annoying. It doesn't allow you to do new lines. So I always like mistype in there. All right, so this guy actually did a proper code base analysis. And this looks much more like what I want. So analyze the workspace code manager. Business logic lives in PKG WSM for output formatting helpers. So it uses glazed. Command line interface has all these verbs. On shared discovery loading helpers. So inner architecture, central domain package, PKG WSM. This all looks pretty decent, to be honest. Cross-cutting concerns, user feedback for consistent style feedbacks, error handling, pseudocode overview of key objects, conclusions, modules, and repositories. That's all good. From Go mod, dependencies, that's all good too. Control flow, validate name. All right, notable issues. Interactive prompt, sometimes block on user input for automation and non. All right, so that's some little things. Concurrency, a sequential and several loops, introducing control concurrency. That's actually a really good idea. Execute worktree command includes the binary name. Consider a dedicated helper accepting name string to avoid malformed invocations. Yeah, I want to consider centralizing Git command execution, right? Configuration hard coding. Oh, I remember like the big thing I wanted is to have like scripts that allow me to customize this creation of Go work or general. All right, so the first thing is like now create a detailed refactoring document aimed at, oh my God, what did I do? Aimed at consolidating and tightening the Git operations, workspace operations, centering on using a Go Git library instead of calling the command line UI, and making it possible in the future to do concurrent operations when possible. Write the document, and here we're going to definitely turn on GPT-5. Maybe we're going to try GPT-5 high just for the fun of it. Write the document in ttemp 250, yeah, workspace manager, TTEM 025-23, analyzing and planning for a Git-centered functionality refactoring.md. In the meantime, yeah, so this is great. Like I love how much it understands all that stuff. Begin by thoroughly analyzing edge case handling. So this one, it like actually did it pretty, it like shortened it significantly, right? So here it's like, keep the detailed format and output style instructions and create intermediate documents. We want high quality output. Ask for output in project ttemp YYY mmdd description of the document. Actually, I'm going to do lowercase. Description of the document.md. All right. So this guy's going, creating a detailed plan with GPT-5 High. We're going to wait until we have a little bit more of a nice refactoring prompt here from the platform. That's nice. Okay, cool. This, I like this. Jesus, MCP refactoring, research, plan. And we're going to copy this. We're going to paste it in here. And then we're going to have it go. Actually, I don't want it to be low. I'm going to have it be low. And then once it has gathered all these like path and references and like pseudocode and all of that, then I'll have it use GPT-5 High maybe to do a plan. I've never used GPT-5 High, to be honest, but maybe today's the day. Really curious to see what it's going to do here. And while it's going, right, like this is probably going to go for like 10, 15 minutes. There's a good chance. So we'll see. In the meantime, I'm going to go to the bathroom. And we'll be back in a bit. Yeah, this is great. Like, I like the fact that it has like a to-do list with different drafts. It's going really fast here because I guess it's GPT-5 low. You can see how GPT-5 high maybe has like done more interesting tasks potentially. You can see all the 8 other ones. That's interesting. Or can I scroll? No, I can't scroll. Here's 8 to-dos. Oh, there we go. And then it has like the current to-do that it does here. Yeah, this is pretty nice. So I wonder if this is maybe going a little bit too fast, and also it's like actually a significantly more complex refactor than the other one. We're going to try high as well. We'll see how much this drives up the costs in Cursor. Although I think I'm on the company login right now. Whatever. I've paid so much out of my own pocket. And yeah, we'll see where this goes, right? This might really take quite a bit of time, which is great. This is where I would like bang out my sketchbook and just like start drawing some ideas and stuff. I would start like maybe another agent, but I don't have like an idea of what I want to do right now with this. I mean, I have tons of ideas, but my brain can take it. It's Saturday. $300 lines, Jesus. Git is currently executed via osexec. Key files execute blah, 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 blah. Use the CLI. So I did a library evaluation, which is pretty fun. Um, oh, it actually accelerated on the next task, right? Okay, migration plan. Introduce interfaces. Cool. We're going to switch back to the non-high version, and we're going to turn on the max. And then we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 0 to 3. 0 to 3. All right. I think this will keep it busy. This will be busy. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. That's the new way of streaming, is just like look at the computer, stare at it. So it's still going. The other one I'm sure is still going too. Um, but I have these like I trust GPT-5 pretty much. You know, in what I do on stream, I kind of like trust it a little bit too much compared to what I would do at work, maybe. Uh, Partly it's because no one wants to see me code review. It's because no one wants to see me code review, but also these are like my own little tools. Like no one's going to really look at them. So I kind of just like don't really care about the naming and like if there's 15 different like I don't care. I wonder, yeah, why is it doing the? Is it like really implementing 3 versions of it? Okay. Well, we'll let it go. And then this guy is also going, which is the first refactor. And I don't really remember how far this goes. So what I would do in this time, and like one big question about all of this is how are we going to persist code in our JavaScript sandbox? So if I load the MCP in the future, I want to like restore all the code that I had previously. And so one way is I'm looking for my iPad pen, which I keep losing, and then I keep putting Red Bull into my computer. That's not good either. Let me fix that real quick. Thank God it's like the sugar-free one, so it's not everything's gonna be super sticky. That's good. Yeah, my iPad pen, because I would start drawing it out, right? Like I like thinking out by drawing. I can't really think while I'm looking at an agent do stuff. It like kind of takes over my brain. So I really enjoy the fact that I can just like let it run and know that it won't like really ask me questions all the time and stuff. Like even Amcode wouldn't ask me all that many questions, but you would still have these like 2-3 minutes interruptions at times. So I really like that GPT-5 like kind of never calls any tools for doing bash and just like writes and writes and writes and writes, and then it like kind of works. I don't know how it does that. Let me see if I find this iPad pen. I swear to God, like every time I use my iPad to draw, I leave the pen wherever I used it last. And then I have like no fucking idea where it is. Because then I'll move the iPad around to like exercise and stuff. There it is. hidden behind the laptop. Buried under radio gear. All right, there we go. iPad pen, which probably is not going to be... it's probably not going to be charged. We'll see. It is charged at 27%, so it's not too bad. All right, let me clean up here. This is like kind of a mess. It's really one of the downsides of vibe coding is that I'm so eager to build things that I kind of never clean up anymore on my desk. And it just project over project piles up because I like doing all these like hardware projects as well. All right, so it inventoried, it created this initial analysis, and then it created 4 out of 7 done. All right, so next I'll draft the migration planning documents. Okay, continue until done. And we're going to turn on Max just so that it has a little bit more thinking, breathing room. So, does this still work? All right, so I'm going to do like build the tool and test it a little bit. We're probably going to have to set up our Go workspace. Go work use dot. But don't delete any of the existing workspaces. To make sure it compiles and the new Git clients work. Then we're going to commit this and then we're going to continue just to have like a little bit of back and forth. I like cursor because it has these checkpoints that work pretty well for me, but one never knows. So let me see if I can share my iPad screen. For which let's see. Let's see if I can do this. All right, approval required. Run demo VSM, allow list demo VSM. And then also I'm gonna... All right, so it's building. It's not too bad. And then it's gonna fix this stuff, right? Which I kind of want to have out of the way. All right, in terms of cameras. Let me see if I can get my iPad connected. Trust this computer. How do I put this in quiet mode? Do not disturb. And how do I share my iPad here? Stage manager, screen mirroring. No. I guess I'm gonna have to Google that, huh? So why is my camera now in this like weird portrait mode? We'll never know either. All right, so how do I connect my iPad screen as a camera in macOS Ecamm Live? We have a, oh, has been done. And so now it's saved all the markdown documents for the refactor of Jesus, which is great. And then here it compiles cleanly, so we're going to commit, right? So we're here. We're going to add ttemp, pkg, and then we're going to remove cached demo WSM. And now we're going to do sparkles, tractor, refactor to use new Git clients. I don't need the lint just now. All right. Verified CLI runs with WSM Git backend hybrid. So I'm going to continue, remove, no need to keep backwards compatibility. And here we have the 4 documents. So I guess the iPad is going to be for later. And share your iPad screen. Connect, prompt, trust. Ecamm Live will automatically detect the iPad and list it as camera source. Oh, maybe I'm using the wrong cable. There we go. Oh, would you look at that? So what I usually do is I just use like concepts. Shape recognition. Wait, why is it gone? All right, new folder. Jesus. And a new drawing. And so what I like about concepts is that I can do multiple layers, right? So I'll draw and then I'll draw on top of it because the way I think about software is like, I don't know, multi-dimensional. I don't know how to explain it, and I just like doing this like little, I don't know, what do you call it? Like noodling. Doesn't mean anything, but kind of keeps my brain occupied. All right. However, I saw that our agent is done, so we're going to switch back to our Linux, and we're going to be working on that instead for now. All right, so we have a bunch of documents to review. The initial analysis, I think, is going to be pretty interesting because it's going to be a document that I keep referring to. So core runtime, offers an Express-like HTTP and JS powered by Goja, JS server router, routes, CLI, bootstrapping. So it didn't really understand what Jesus is per se. Maybe it does. So GoGo MCP was my implementation of the MCP protocol, but I actually don't care about exposing it. I don't remember what the session store is. And then MCP Go is the thing I want to move to. So just like have other people implement the nonsense. Preliminary mapping, Jesus to GoGo MCP in MCP mode already invoked via embeddable hooks. In Jesus MCP server Go, tool surface, execute JS, candidates to add, execute JS, list routes, read logs, health. Okay, actionable. Migration planning. Prepare a stepwise plan to port Jesus features to Go MCP. I think it misunderstood what I was after. So this is outline an approach to reduce or remove MCP protocol transport duplication by leveraging MCP Go without breaking the embeddable API surface used by apps like Jesus. Yeah, so this is the thing that I actually want to do first. Okay, so I actually care about 04 MCP protocol decoupling. No need for backwards compatibility, but keep embeddable fairly similar. You can modify it if needed, though, to offer more MCP Go-like features, Go MCP-like features. You can kill all the current implementation code in Go MCP, keeping the other affordances. Create a detailed migration plan in 05, decoupling MCP Go in Go MCP, refactoring plan and approach.md. So we're going to do that. This guy finished here. Changes updated status to do use Git client. All right, continue and remove deprecated Git client code if possible as we move to the new implementation patterns. We are already at 50%, right? So we're going to ask keep a detailed log of what you did so far and what the next steps are and things that you learned are worth writing down for the next developer in TTAM 03 refactoring notes.md. And what I want to do with this JavaScript thing is I will have different instances of a JavaScript sandbox, kind of self-contained library. And some of them are going to be, a refactoring progress database, right? And it will contain JavaScript code. So a set of tools that you can reuse over and over to just keep track of refactoring steps, for example. So we'll see about that, right? So these go pretty fast because of all this preliminary research over here, right? And we're 50%. So what I will do is expand this thing to have everything detailed that are needed and then start a new session and give that to it. So replace GoGo MCP's internal protocol server and transport implementation while retaining and enhance the embeddable affordances. Remove GoGo MCP package server package protocol, rebuild embeddable on top of this, offer more MCP Go Lite things. All right, cool. So mark the following as legacy and doc, freeze changes to legacy code, introduce embeddable MCP Go backend, define a small backend interface using embeddable, implement MCP Go backend, update embeddable command Go. So what I'm going to do is also analyze the CLI tools and other affordances of GoGo MCP, which I am going to look at, and the other affordances of GoGo MCP and note what they would need from the refactor. Because we have a whole kind of tooling to examine MCP clients and all of that, which I don't want to lose because they're pretty useful. And yeah, if I was by myself, as usual, I would read the thinking traces a little bit more carefully. Take my time, right? I have 20 minutes, so I can really dig into this. It's annoying that in cursor they're like so annoying to read, and it's like a little scrollable window that's all gray. But it is what it is. And I think if you copy paste it here, right, you can do export chat, and then you can export it in here. I've never really looked at this in a while. So it exported it into downloads, and then if we look into it, Glow, is it going to have the thoughts? Analyze command code base. I only has the source code changes. That's like freaking annoying. It doesn't have the thinking, huh? Well, that sucks. Yeah. All right. Built and verified read-only commands, list status diff, no workspace modifications were made, wrote a detailed log here. So we're going to commit this by adding ttemp. Oh, it actually moved it into the wrong folder, whatever. And what were the diffs here? It uses the new clients. All right, so this is like more like a tiny art. Replace some calls with new clients and take notes. All right, so continue. Is it going to add concurrency here? That was interesting. Migration plan. I refactored status to use built and verified read-only commands. It built like all the different backends. It's like so weird. It's like overdone. It's like kind of a Sonnet thing. Feels like. Migrate sync operations, then add jobs. And then where are we in all of this? Oh, it is add jobs. But it didn't implement like the work tree stuff, right? All right, anyway. So impact analysis. I think we can kill the bridge. All right, remove the bridge entirely. So in the refactoring plan, remove the SSC bridge entirely. Use Go MCP client functionality for client verb. Update the refactoring plan. So here the back and forth is pretty fast. I'm like surprised that it's so fast today, but I guess it's maybe because it's the weekend. All right, so mark things as done in 02, analyzing and planning, add to-do list items where necessary, and then continue with the refactor. What verbs are still to do? Where are we so far? And also, why all the different backends? Wouldn't a single one make the most sense? So because things are going so fast, I'm not going to get to the drawing part. I think not on stream. Um, because it like overloads my brain a little bit. Okay, so expand this to add all the necessary, expand 05 decoupling MCP Go with all the necessary information about the overall structure, which files, which symbols, using full paragraphs and bullet point lists and pseudocode. So that a new developer intern joining the project understands all the implications and knows how to navigate the refactor in all its details. That way we can hand them the document tomorrow for them to do the refactor. Add to-do list items to check off as well. And then once this, now that this document is going to be like pretty fleshed out, we'll just like let it rip. So what's this guy doing? It's like building the sync operations. All right, yeah, why not? It's funny how quickly my brain shuts off when I'm on stream. It's like not even been 2 hours, but I feel like I've spent all day programming already. I think it's because I feel compelled to say something all the time. Man, this is cool. This probably was like much faster. It's not answering my questions though. It's just like still going ahead. It removed 79 lines. That's interesting. All right, well, this is cool. We're at 64%, so we can still push it a little bit. Right? All right, we're going to commit though. Art, continue refactoring, sync operations, and using Git client. Multiple backend hybrid ensures full feature coverage today, while gaining pure Go benefits where possible, hedges portability. All right, well, let's like continue with the refactor. Will we be able to get rid of the other backends once done? All right, and so here, hopefully this expanded it all with like fully written out paragraphs, strategic goals, rebuild embeddables. I like how it adds days. All right, so I'm going to create a new discussion. I'm going to move to GPT-5, the executor, and we're going to implement 05 decoupling. Check things off as you go. Compile as you go as well. Let me know when you think I should test the new implementation. All right, let's see what happens. Yes, once the remaining verbs and worktree flows are fully supported on the new abstraction, we can drop the extra backends for your target deployment. The hybrid approach is the migration bridge and an optional long-term compatibility option. I'll proceed by migrating workspace to use worktree manager for add remove list and phasing out inline git worktree calls. Yep, go ahead, do it all. And yeah, at this point, I'll kind of like stare at it a little while, just because I kind of feel like I want to rest my head, rest my brain. I think once this is living again, all of this, right? I think probably the right approach to the persisting of the store is going to be adding, so not only patch edit tools, which I've already like ported to JavaScript quite a bit. Oh, this is like a long to-do list. This is great. And man, it's fast today. It's almost annoying me that it's so fast. So this is annoying. I don't know why it does the bash lc thing so often. So I'm going to reject it and I'm going to say just run the commands straight. No need to wrap in bash lc. And this is probably something I should add to my system prompts. Again, just like management of documents in code bases is something I want to explore more. It's something I would probably start in a separate cursor as well at the moment, but I'm not. Man, I don't know. There's all these things I want to connect together. Well, maybe I'll just like use this, even if it's fast, to sketch out a few things. So let's switch this. So in terms of document management, right? So I always have these like ttemp files with ordered by date, where I store basically documents that are transient, right? So this stores transient documents. But some of them are not so transient, right? They're like, they can be on the spectrum of like, so they're plans, analysis, logs, just like brainstorming documents, intermediate docs, and so some of them are very short-lived, right? So some of them are really just like temporary analysis. Others are like useful for like all of these things, which are kind of like so the brainstorming, for example, is something that could, if we think about it in the long term of the code base, this could document why a decision was made, right? And then this describes a situation in time, and thus this is context for a code review, for example, right? And then these can be turned into real documents. So these are different acts that I could want to take on top of documents, which is all of these like semi-transient, so this would be turned into a permanent document, right? So if we have some intermediate documents, we can turn this into a permanent document to be maintained once the feature is built. Feature is built, right? And however, you do also have like existing documents, right? So existing documents in the code base, which I'm going to use red. So these are ttemp. Oh my God, what is this? Ttemp. Still a little bit too much. Ttemp documents. And those are like kind of like docs, like these permanent documents in the code base. And so one thing you might want to do is like merge them, right? Merge into existing docs. And also, one thing we want to do after a pull request, right? Like a pull request is going to have, like the implementation of a feature is going to come with its own set of ttemp documents. And so as part of the process of doing a pull request, we could have like a background agent that checks if docs are impacted by the PR is one thing, but also could benefit from the additional information that we surfaced, right? From the, basically from the computation, from the compute, right? From the intelligence that we applied as part of the implementation work. So, you know, add details. We could have like expand playbooks. Add details or like decisions made. Expand playbooks. Tutorials to repeat things. So, yeah. So I'm thinking out loud, right? Like none of this is really planned out. Some of this might not make sense or so. And as said, my brain is not with me today. I think the talking really is complicated for me. I don't think when I do this and I'm very like verbal, this is a lot of words, which I usually don't do all that much. Yeah, this is more the kind of drawing that I usually do. So one thing that could definitely be happening is also just like actually infer. This arrow doesn't mean very much, but it's just a way for me to draw stuff. Infer workflow guidelines from the commits, from commits and logs. So these are kind of like when you do X, then you should do this. So those are like the, like memories. So, um, and so there's a whole component to this. Is it like when do we actually reuse these, and how do we access? Um, how do we retrieve? This could be both the AI. Yeah, this is like symbol for the AI, whatever. You can see this is starting to get messy. The colors don't necessarily like they kind of mean things, but not really. Um, and for me, it's more to. I don't think I think in words when I do this, even if I write words down. Um, yeah, it's much easier for me if I don't talk. Interesting. I'm learning about this because I never like verbalize what I do when I do these things. But I have tons of them. Even though I don't usually use the iPad, but if I go into like old stuff, I really have like a shit ton of those. Um, I have these phases where I'll use this a lot. Like I think with the beginning when I was streaming, I had like a lot of these. Um, but yeah, you can see how this is like. I don't know. All right. Anyway, this is more document management, huh? Man, I haven't done like letters in a long time. Just like keeps me occupied. This is more doodling. How'd you do a fucking G like this? Oh, interesting. I well, I guess by now the refactor is probably done, so we could switch back to the Linux. These are interesting thoughts, but not making too much progress on this. Maybe I could approach the document thing from the process side of things, right? So while implementing, while working, we have a create docs. So we often have a phase where human first ideas manually written slash captured in transcript as prompt input, right? through LLM research, for example. Oh, it's crazy. When I talk about it, it ends up all being words, and then when I don't have words, it all end up being like little diagrams. Interesting. I'm going to stop here. I can't stop, but I can't verbalize this. And I also kind of never look back at these things. They're more like ideation, I guess. All right, let's go back to the computer. Oh, look at that. It's still going. So this is still doing the Git stuff. No, this is MCP. Has been building. Yeah, look at that, how long it's been going for. I love it. And then the Git backend stuff has been going, right? Like it has built workspace. So now we're going to say, it's like update the planning document, adding what you did, a log, information you learned, additional context to continue, check tasks off, expand the next steps. So I can give this to the junior developer who will start tomorrow. So this is kind of like summarize this thread and to continue. But I basically want to squeeze out all the information that I can, store it, and like allow the fresh context to contain as much as possible. Why is this in portrait mode? It's so weird. Why is it zoomed in? All right, anyway. Have my head cut off. That's great. I'll update. Yeah, go ahead. This is when the context window gets full. It starts like doing this stuff. It's weird. Didn't used to do that, yeah. That quickly. I had it go to like 90% context window, and it wouldn't like forget tool calls. But then I don't really know how, if I was just lucky or something like that. So this thing is like doing a ton of stuff, right? Because it really is like moving stuff across protocols. Hopefully we'll be able to get somewhere before it completely fills its context window. And with everything refactoring, I really don't want to hand it off to any kind of other executor. I just want to have GPT-5 do its like fairly terse stuff. So now it's editing it. I hope that it gets the tool call to work, because it will often fail tool calls as you advance into all of this. So yeah, it worked. Nice. Thank God. All right. So add concurrency helpers and job flags, add tests, and run against CLI go get backends. I don't know if I want that. I want to remove the other backends, right? Expanded next steps for the incoming developer, implemented explicitly document rebase handling strategy. All right. All right, cool. We're going to commit this, and then we're going to have it continue in a fresh window, right? All right, so fresh window. Continue implementing steps 22 in 22. in 02 analyzing, planning for refactoring. There we go. All right, this is building. It compiles now, so I hope that it's going to delete code, which is always like a good way of verifying that stuff here gets like removed. So I'm not sure. It's like make sure you actually delete the deprecated code as well to really ensure it's not used anymore. And then we'll see. We're getting in like 60% territory, which is where I start to get like a little bit nervous in terms of like context rot. Well, we'll see what that does. But if we get Jesus to run into one of the new hosts, like kind of required, is like streamable HTTP or like at least a proper MCP version protocol support, that's where I was hiccuping, and then I kind of like left it there. I do have something really interesting though, which is, where did I put this? I think I might have put this in labs. And actually, let me rebase Geppetto and let me rebase Pinocchio. And then I think in my refactor workspace manager, no, in my migrate Jesus go MCP, I do want to, oh, I don't have it there, so it's in the workspace manager. Workspace, no, what is it? Refactor workspace manager, right? If I go into Pinocchio, I do want to git rebase it to origin main. And then in Geppetto, same thing. And then I wonder if in the glazed, we are actually already rebased on origin main. Yeah, it wasn't updated. This is so annoying. Clay, I'm just gonna do this. For iron, clay, skeleton, parka, excuse me, oak. What else do we have? Do cdi git prb done. No such file directory? Oh. All right. Nice. This, I like how brutal GPT-5 is about deleting shit. It's just going to be like blah. Because that will break the examples, and then I'll be like, determine which examples are not useful anymore and delete them too. And because I drank so much energy drinks, I'm going to have to go back to the bathroom. That's how caffeine works for you. All right. Oh. Man, there's so many things I want to build that I started building. So anyway, I was looking for something. So OIDC. Yeah, we have the MCP OIDC server in here, which is something that I want to add to here as well. So yeah, man, I love how much it just deletes shit. I absolutely love it. So we're going to use the workspace manager still to add to the refactor workspace manager. No, to the migrate Jesus go MCP. Oh, no, I want to have a create. I'm going to use go labs, and then I'm going to call this add proper auth backend OIDC server, because I had Manus build, no, I had GPT-5 build a self-contained MCP OIDC server to hook up to Deep Research, but it currently has like a placeholder auth backend. And so while I am in the bathroom, I will have it kind of analyze, same concept, analyze OIDC server on how to integrate a proper authentication backend instead of hard-coded login, and design research potential auth providers that we can use, and then design a detailed analysis plus implementation plan, analysis of the current setup plus implementation plan, refactoring plan with written out paragraphs plus bullet point lists plus pseudocode plus references to files and packages and symbols. Store in Go Labs TTEM 2503, analyzing how to expand OIDC server, MCP OIDC server to support proper authentication. Research existing Go libraries preferably, so that we can minimize security issues. All right, so while this is running, they're all three busy. I think they're all going to be doing things. We're at 70%. We'll see. Grep new bridge command. It's deleting the bridge command. It's starting to fail tool calls. So we're going to see how far this goes, but I'll be right back. Right, so this is kind of how I operate in my day-to-days. Like I have like 2-3 of these long-running things going, mostly like, oh, I really wish I could clean up this old thing so that it's ready to be integrated. I'll draw some, and then I'll have these things here. Go MCP server start. So I wonder. This is mostly going to be in GoGo MCP, the changes for now, right? So we're going to add PKG, we're going to add ttemp, and then we're going to do a big tractor, fire, art, move, MCP implementation to Go MCP. And then, so the thing is like go run command go MCP server start. What does this do again? So, okay. So there's one thing already, it's in glazed. Did I remove the FTS trace warning? Yeah. And so now we could git tag, git log. Do we have tags in the logs? Do we see them? Yeah, tag. And so this can warrant a new release as we remove this like stupid trace warning that's always shown when loading. That's actually a question that I have. So I'll often also just like every time I have like a question that pops into my head, can we have FTS support when using a Go only SQLite implementation? All right, but anyway, all right, so if we start the server, we kind of want to have directories to load commands from, which are YAML commands. So these are directories. So if we do directories example SQLite, watch. Doesn't seem to be loading things, does it? Internal servers SQLite. How do we know if this works? Debug mode. Huh. Yeah, probably GPT-5 removed a ton of logging as it's doing its things. Add some logging to server start so I can see which. Add some debug logging to see which tools are being registered, etc. And here we have all to-dos in section 22 implemented. Update the document and extend. So here we're going to commit stuff, I guess. So continue refactoring. So I'm just going to update the document to check off what you did and write down things you learned and other information. I don't know. These are not good prompts. We'll see. This is all part of the like document workflow kind of stuff, for which I actually do want to have some kind of code-driven way of doing documents, right? So that we don't rely on writing files, but instead have like something more structured where not only is it like prompt discovery, but also like little internal things that can be used to validate the output right? It's like when it updates a document, I kind of want to have an LLM as a judge do some criticism, if only for style, those kinds of things. So this is something we're going to be exploring with the Jesus thing as well. So here we're at, oh, it went back to 40%. Oh yeah, because we were at 35% or so. Why is this not answering? What other, how can I register extensions in the modern C or SQLite implementation? Also, pros and cons versus MATN implementation. All right, so we're doing like kind of three fairly complicated things at once. One is refactoring my Go framework for MCPs to not use my own implementation of the MCP protocol, but keep some of the rest. Then we want to have Jesus, my JavaScript playground, use my MCP framework that just wraps now the old protocol version to still be an MCP itself. And then, yeah, I wonder like how much of this is now broken. Right, I'm gonna try to do stuff, test the client CLI tools against the MCP, npx, MCP remote, to list tools, escape. So how far did we get here? There's still like stuff that are unchecked, right? Refactor sync operations completely to Git client. Rebase and conflict harmonization pending. Add tests, document Git backend. And then in 22, add unit tests for Go Git client using temp repos, add integration tests, document, decide default backend, add non-interactive to CLI where needed, implement or explicitly document rebase handling strategy, unify conflict detection under Git client model. What does that mean? All right, anyway, continue refactoring Git client operations. Okay, continue with your work. Then also write a document about what rebase conflict handling entails and what the complexities are and potential functionality, refactoring, suggestions, detailed write-up of where we are right now as well in 03 status and design of WSM rebase and conflict management.md. Ran list tools. Okay, so that still works. That's great. Do the client functionalities also use Go MCP? Probably because we removed the protocol, right? Okay, cool. So this added some debugging. Now test the client tools against our own server, loading some examples from examples or using internal tools. So that's cool. So update the client tools to use the dual command pattern so that we per default get a readable human output, but on demand get structured output, and then C commands reference. We don't have glazed in here. I guess we should add migrate Jesus GoGo MCP. We're going to add glazed. And we're going to have to do go work use dot. And then we're going to go into Jesus, go work use dot. And then we're going to open commands reference.md. C commands reference.md. Then, all right, so that should keep it busy. We're at 75%, so going to be interesting, but we'll see. And so here we have the OIDC server, so that's the like more complicated one. Use RRI. I don't understand any of this. I don't know why cursor doesn't allow me opening links. So what are no, so update document with a full write-up of each point under 2 problems and risks, so I properly understand what is going on. Then in 3, list all the moving parts that model B would entail. I kind of want an easy also explore building a simple local user management system without much pretension, where I can add, remove users easily. Again, looking for third-party packages. I suppose if I wanted to add GitHub, Google, SSO, I would need to go with Model A. What other questions do we have? We have 3 pretty involved refactors going, right? Which may not totally out of the realm of like what people on stream could comprehend, and I'm struggling already, and it's like all stuff I built. But also this like kind of adds up, right? Like I do this every day, and so step by step, my entire ecosystem just like evolves over time more and more, and that's always pretty cool. So let's see what the rebase stuff is about here. Yeah. Yeah, this is pretty nice. Yeah, update the document in that we want to allow the user to switch to manual rebase conflict detection when needed. We don't want to support everything, but provide a set of standard helpers for standard situations. Those could be supported by custom UIs, GUIs as well. All right. Use tmux run running servers in the background. Wow. Okay. Seems to be having trouble running our server locally, which is good. Let's let it debug that. All right, so to add a manual mode helper with helper commands. All right, cool. Yes, let's start working on the rebase functionality. Create a detailed to-do list with on how to continue in 03 status and update 02 to reference that new document, and then let's build it. All right. It seems that the SSE server does not work. But yes, start with streamable HTTP, which is more recent. Once that works, try to fix SSE. Okay, so we are at 80%. So we're going to... What were the documents we used here? Oh my god, it has been running for really a long time, right? This is pretty cool. Let's hope that it also works. We don't really know yet. I mean, it seems to be at least calling the EXA stuff. So we were at CLI and affordances, impact analysis, add backend constructor. Okay, so write a full report on what we refactored and how, referencing files and entries in our design documents and symbols, then list the issues we are currently facing, including potential hints on how to resolve them, hints and steps, and then list out a set of steps for the next developer to continue debugging, along with all the context and references to files needed. Save in go MCP GTEM 25082307 next steps in go MCP refactoring and testing.md. Because we're at 80%, like this is definitely getting into weirdo zone. Here we're at 55. We are continuing our rebase thing, and then here the authentication thing. It added like a write-up for the risks. So this needs a refresh. Should use like a different preview for my markdown. Yeah, we're gonna do like a simple local user management. So create a model C with the minimal local user management as a first step and update the plan to use that. Cool. So the goal here is just like a self-contained little MCP server with just like a minimum of maybe user management that we can use to register to OpenAI. We'll see. All right, so we have our continue step. We can start a new session here, and then we can say continue implementing 07 next steps. We'll have to see if we have stuff to commit first, though. We do have a fair number of things to commit. So we're going to say sparkles and poop. Continue refactoring client server commands and testing them. And we want to add ttemp first, and then we do this, commit without the hooks, and then we continue. Does it mention testing with tmux? Yeah. Continue implementing address. So start with the local streamable HTTP, then once until it works. Then tackle SSE. Add the then continue with all. And we're just going to see if there's like still some tmux going on. Yeah, there's the... Yo, why does this not stop? All right. Is it running the server? Yeah, it is, huh? Yeah, I wonder why it can't be killed all that easily, but... So using tmux to have it run like background servers is pretty useful. You can view logs with -- log level debug with caller, which might help. Feel free to add more logging for debugging. So this is implementing the rebase functionality where it's 56% of context. We added a set of core functions. And next suggested steps, rebase status. So we're going to commit now, right? Sparkles start implementing rebase. And yeah, continue. All right, so we implemented our model C here, which is a minimal self-contained auth server, like user management server. Still showing the previous view. Model C, minimal local user management. Yeah. All right, cool. All right. Let's implement all of this. I probably should use like more prescriptive things in terms of like how much it should build and when should it stop to just have it go for longer, but we'll see. What could be interesting with the new Pinocchio framework is to add a middleware that stops things after a certain time. That's pretty cool. I'm going to write that down as an idea. So I write down, when I have like ideas like this, I just write them down into my sketchbook, which either might surface it at some point where I'm just like, oh yeah, that was a cool idea. I completely forgot about it. Or it just like exercises my brain a little bit where I do that. So middleware to kill an agent or ask it to continue or encourage it to continue for a certain duration. And this can be really expanded to a lot of like stopping conditions, like number of files written, like certainty about what it's doing. And then if it like stops inference and doesn't call a tool, you can always say like, oh, well, like, you know, it looks like you should continue. So this is starting to inspect its own SSE, which is nice. That's cool. Now we're going to add explicit dual command. I love agents when they're like able to fix themselves like this, right? And so what did it fix here? It actually was able to run it without changing any code. Looks like it was able to fix all of this, right? I just realized that it's under /MCP, which is fine. Yeah, so here, see, it stopped pretty easy. Continue until it's all done. That's what I meant. Like, you could have said, like, oh, yeah, but well, like, you're still stuff to do, and it's like 5 minutes haven't passed, so, like, please continue. And then you can, like, kind of set a block of time until which you have your agent do stuff so that you kind of know, and then when this time has passed, the next inference is going to be stopped. Those are some pretty interesting, like, prompting middlewares that one could build. And those are very promptable, right? Like the middleware API for my inference framework is like supremely easy. I probably need to put some effort into explaining the data structure a little bit or making just like a nicer API to manage it. But after that, this is the kind of prompts that you can fairly easily do. So that might also be an idea of a research to do, is just like design a good API for uh, for managing the turns and the blocks inside the turns. All right, so this is the MCP part, which is adding now dual output. And then I think we can probably move to the JavaScript part. And so this is now building an identity server, um, which we can then use to register MCPs to ChatGPT fairly easily. Remaining optional TUI conflicts, add tests and README updates, non-interactive policy flags, broader rollout. So yeah, let's. Oh shit. Uh, let's design a document detailing the integration tests we want to run and how to scaffold them. Also explore the idea of using a Docker container to run these tests so that we can isolate the workspace manager entirely from the top level host. Create in 04 integration tests design .md. Be diligent, detailed, thorough. I don't know if that helps. So this is building like an integration HTTP. What would be the integration test? What would the... Oh, actually it finished building it. I think it is more important to do top level integration tests with the real tools, potentially in a Docker image to with tmux potentially, maybe even in a Docker image to isolate it from the host. Not sure with the networking. That way we can test the real stuff. Write a document where you explore integration tests and how to implement them, but delete the integration http test.go. Also update 07 next steps with all the things you did, discovered, etc., checking things off, laying out next steps. Integration steps design for the Git stuff. Yeah, that looks nice. I like that. Are there frameworks for running that kind of test in Docker for Golang so that we don't have to do that part ourselves. Look at web. I always wanted to have that, like integration tests completely driven in Go. I realized like the API it just like suggested is really cool. So I'm kind of gonna have it build that. I know that there's frameworks for it, but it was like years ago that I looked into it. So not only could there be new stuff, but your 13131072 times 1 screen size is bogus. Fun. All right, so it implemented this. All right, create a script to initialize a fresh DB and create a few users and run the server. Run it and I'll test it once it runs. Run it in tmux. All right, so what's the top level testing strategy for Go MCP? And here we'll reuse something that's very similar to maybe the other Go Docker thing. Optional Docker, single container running, both server and client, simpler, less isolated, 2 containers on a user-defined network, better network parity. Yeah, interesting. So, well, we have test containers. Yeah, that's the one I was looking at the last time. Run your compiled WSM binary into a container, generic container with a Docker file image, bind to a temp workspace. So we can go to localhost 8080. So it said admin 123. All right, add a test / page that shows if you are logged in or not and your username. If logged in, also some info on registered tools. All right. Cool. Update, documents, layout, some testing ideas, and then the test container stuff is pretty interesting, right? So this is pretty terse. So I'm going to go to here, research the individual options and write a overview intro for me who is new, and then at the end make an extensive pro con table. We have linting issues. Fix the linting. Actually, we're gonna, yeah, why not? Fix the linting issues, and we're gonna switch to mini. Yeah, test containers looks interesting. Docker pipelines as code with Dagger. Dagger Golang. I've heard of Dagger before. What is that? Is that a REPL? Interesting. Plan out a full implementation of this using Dagger. I'm really curious about that framework. Man, there's so much cool shit out there to discover. I hate it. Because I know in my lifetime, I mean, there's just so much cool shit. There's just so much cool shit to explore. I really want to pick up drawing again, for example. Like an hour a day could get me really far. Kind of something you could squeeze in. I can't squeeze that in. All right, so we have all right, run it. Why is it not running? Run it. All right, well, I have 3 hours. We did a bunch of like 4 refactors, really? 3 refactors. Root page. Default when HTTP localhost. 8080 should show the who am I redirect to login link info. This is still fixing the linting issues, and then here it created a Dagger integration test pipelines. I wonder how well it knows Dagger. Designs a full Dagger-based pipeline to run workspace manager integration tests in a reproducible containerized environment, locally and in CI. Simple portable pipeline definition, easy matrices, backend CLI variants, raise coverage, smoke full, build WSM, repo layout, CI Dagger main.go, pipeline, test integration makefile. All right, so what we're going to do is I'm going to validate this in ChatGPT. Validate this against the real Dagger APIs and documentation. This is trying to run the server. Gosh, did it forget how to run this thing? It's like only at 40%. Cool. All right. So, can I actually use this from ChatGPT? So it's 8080, right? So it's going to be 6. All right, cool. So if I go to ChatGPT, and then I go to settings, I go to connectors, error fetching connectors, great. I want to test it. See? No, it wasn't even like trying to get it. All right, platform. Actually, we're going to create a new one. So it's going to be this. Oh, it's the API key, so it doesn't even do the connect, huh? So this is something we're going to add here. After login in the who am I show an access token that can be used for API calls. Does that even make sense? Maybe we can generate API keys. So maybe I'll just like commit at this point, right? Yeah, so that's where we are. Google Labs. So sparkles add a minimal auth backend to MCP OIDC server. And now we're going to add API keys, right? Like bearer tokens. And here we had it research these. Typos, breaks, compilation. Okay, so there's nothing really to fix. And there's like a lot to be discovered about Dagger. All right, so where are we in our workspace manager? Add, rebase, conflicts, tools, all untested, sketch out integration test strategy. And so now we're gonna add the Dagger stuff. Maybe we should start in a new context. No, I'm gonna do here. Go ahead. The caching's pretty good. Man, this like fixing lint things is like crazy because those are not even like complicated lint things to fix. Although it could be that they're like elided and that there's like constantly new ones showing up as it fixes the previous ones. So that could also be. When logged in, /UMI now shows a generate API token dev, post dev token, persist and redirects back. Also add minimal token management UI to manage my alt tokens. Use Bootstrap CSS for CSS. We'll see if this is like the best idea in the world. Yeah, it's weird that it like doesn't fix all of them at once. All right, so Dagger was an interesting thing. Is there like a nice doc? Explore how agents can. Dagger's a platform. Quick start. Yeah, this is really interesting. Okay, so this should link. Why did it add like a main.go here? That was weird. I haven't seen GPT-5 do stuff like that before. Cool. And I think I'm gonna stop the stream at this point. So it added a, it's so cool. Like there's just so much cool stuff to be looked at. So this is the Dagger pipeline. I like that it does the bash lc thing. Just remove the bash lc stuff. We can run it straight. No? Or do you? I guess it needs it for pipelines. Okay. Run it. Okay, so now we can do update Jesus main.go to use run the client tests against okay. Okay, so now we're gonna say like add we're gonna go into Jesus. Huh. Alright, so migrate Jesus go MCP Pinocchio, because this actually needs to be adapted to the new APIs. All right, so that's going to be a new one here, GPT-5, And then it's going to be fix Jesus command main.go. So this actually builds now? No. Fix cobra.go to use the new glazed cobra parser. Parser option. And proper Geppetto layers. Grab around in Pinocchio and Geppetto to see how it's done, because I don't remember how it is done. Make sure Jesus compiles. So here it remembered to run it at the end. Right? So it doesn't use like tmux. It doesn't use bootstrap and stuff. Add/tokens. Why doesn't it not able to do like a coherent web UI per se? Like maybe that's why people like Sonnet more. Yeah. All right. Turn this into a coherent web UI with Bootstrap, but don't add any new features. And then we're going to switch to Sonnet out of an experiment. But also, first we're going to commit. Sparkles, add more web UI features. Split HTML, JS out into static Go embed files as well. Interesting. The dagger stuff. Man, this is sick. Just run the command straight. No need for ZSH-LC. Oh, it's when it wants to do like bashy stuff in one command that it uses the LC instead of realizing it's going to be run in a terminal. Interesting. Man, we did like a lot of heavy lifting. The dagger stuff is really interesting. So that is kind of weird. How do I copy paste from this shit? I hate it. I like never am able to copy paste from here. Like sometimes I get a copy thing, but then doesn't it work? Oh my god. Like why? See, sometimes I get it. All right. Fix that part. I want a running dagger success. So yeah, OIDC auth backend, refactored GoGo MCP. We have some Dagger tests and refactored the workspace manager, which I don't know if it fully works, but it's GPT-5. So I definitely trust it more than Sonnet. But then we switched to Sonnet to add like a backend. I'm really curious, like how much junk it's gonna add after all, because there's a good chance that it's just like, despite me asking it to not add stuff, is going to add stuff. And then here we're trying to get it to fix Jesus without really telling it anything about how to fix these things. It looks like it's able to do it and to build it, which is quite fantastic. Start a JavaScript playground server. Okay. And then we can also have MCP, add MCP command. Now use go MCP client tools to check that Jesus MCP properly returns tool lists. So it might be that I actually succeeded in upgrading Jesus MCP to the new framework, which means we could then add it to Cursor, for example. It always struggles with the embed path on Go. That's pretty fun. All right, cool. And we have a Dagger pipeline here, which is also like kind of super exciting. Cool, yeah. Man, Sonnet, you're going to use copy and then you're going to leave the files leaving there, right? I can tell it already. Remove deprecated files when done. It's going to be interesting to see the amount of code that Sonnet creates. All right, so this is finding like all the documents. Okay, so the chat step factory, that's like all out of date. Okay, and this is the problem, which is make sure Jesus uses the new Go MCP backed MCP command, not the old protocol. Yeah, see. Um, whatever happened here? That was weird. Like this, I thought that this would have been solved by then, right? Oh, you need to build the new Jesus and run it with you need to run the new Jesus with go run as a command. Okay, so why is this not running? Okay, run the server for me to test. Cool. All right, yeah, Sonnet. So I can understand why some people like Sonnet more. Is that because you can build these things pretty easily, and then and then and GPT-5 just kind of sucks for that stuff, right? Uh, listing plus creating tokens seems bork. All right, I do want to get this running now. Oh, God, 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 God. I want to basically have this exposing my Jesus MCP. No, change. So this is the point where you actually want to go back to GPT-5. No, have the go serialized to the snake case. All right, so I think I get a sense of why some people are like MCP is such garbage, GPT-5 is such garbage, and others are like Sonnet is such garbage. It's just because we do fundamentally different code writing, I think. I think that's it. And you probably need like, uh, uh, I'm pretty sure GPT-5 can do this kind of stuff, but it probably needs like much more rigorous like prompt workflows to do it. Because otherwise it will like just focus on this like one little thing that you ask it to do. And so if you ask it to create like token management page, it won't add it to the index page because you didn't ask it to add it to the index page, right? So you have to probably be much more rigorous in your design, probably like make a set of guidelines, while Sonnet is much better at inferring kind of like in a web setting what you might want to add and where you might want to add it. I think that's probably like one of the reasons why there's such a split thing, right? So did this restart? Oh, what is this guy thinking about? That's like crazy. Oh, wow. That worked. That's wild. Admin 123, create token. Cool. And then I get the token here. And then I can say like add little copy to clipboard buttons. And then I hope that I can add this as a bearer your token, right? And then test it from the dashboard. Very cool. So now we could merge this into the GoGo MCP part, right? Which maybe will be a stream either for later tonight or for tomorrow. I'm really excited about adding all of this. And then the dagger stuff was pretty cool. Actually, I'm going to be research and think hard about a course outline to learn Dagger, the Docker Golang thing, and how to build an CI/CD GitHub PR agent with it. From the ground up, I want to understand everything, especially about the agent part, how the agent loop is done, etc., and why it seems that agents can be so easily built for coding. Do they provide ready-made tools? For example, what's the underlying framework? So we're going to first do a research just to get the table of contents, and then we're going to do a deep research on it. Yeah, it doesn't restart it. All right, but so I think that's enough for now. This is great. Anything we're missing? Nope. Sparkles add. See, there's two login HTML. This is like Sonnet junk left over. I fucking hate it. Add proper HTML page. Sonnet. So maybe slops. All right. All right, we're going to create a pull request. Add auth backend to OIDC server with minimal web UI plus bearer tokens. All right, from Dagger fundamentals to a GitHub PR agent. The agent should be built with Dagger. Dagger seems really intent on AI agents on their page and docs. Research more. And yeah, I like making an AI agent with Dagger. That seems like I totally didn't have any idea that that existed. So that sounds really interesting and like up my alley. Introduce local user authentication. Utilize Argon 2 ID. This is cool. All right, so we're gonna add this. And then we're going to make a new project to integrate that into GoGo MCP, right? And then here, the, yeah, right. So where were we stopping here? Into Dagger integration test pipeline. Update 0 Dagger test integration pipeline to be very detailed about the next tests to build and how. Check off things you already implemented. Because then we're going to start a new session to build more tests. Yeah, so this one we can now fetch origin main, fetch origin, get rebase origin main. We should be good status wise, so we can now delete this. Of course, we are currently refactoring it, and then, you know, like one of the things that takes the most time is now actually learn and validate that the tool, when you use it, actually works, right? Because you haven't spent like a whole time testing it while building it. So, and in this case, it's more like, oh, I want to use it. I don't care about maintaining it or building it or so. Why is this still here? Oh, like the work trees, like there's still stuff left in here, right? Git clean -df. And so now we can do. All right, so that's one less workspace. Then we have refactor workspace manager, which we now want to have the Dagger integration tests. And then Jesus here, everything compiles and the tools compile. So this is really exciting. It means that here, what did we didn't change anything to GoGo MCP. And then if we go to Jesus, we kind of have here this like ambulance art update Jesus to latest status. And we're not going to lint just yet. And then we're going to go build. Is there a make install? Make install, right? So if I do Jesus REPL, this works. Jesus MCP start dev null. I can't control C it. So that's an annoying thing, which I think is also the case with GoGo MCP. I think GoGo MCP doesn't support Control C when running an embeddable MCP. For example, go run Jesus MCP start is not killable. Try and tmux. So I'm going to have that fixed. All right, so I expanded it, added 250 lines of code, example pipeline. All right, cool. So now we're going to start a new thing, and we're going to say implement all the tests in 05 Dagger. There we go. Because I think it will be able to find all the files we need. This is going to fix here. We finished the OIDC stuff, which is now deleted. All right, so I actually did a couple of refactors. Now I just want this MCP to run in cursor, the JavaScript MCP, and if that works, there will be quite the successful stream. It's been 4 hours. Okay, this was pretty long already. Interesting. What is it doing here? Use Dagger for all these integration tests. Use Tmux. Yeah, use Tmux to do the Control C plus running. Jesus. Alrighty, righty. Alright, I think this is I'm gonna stop the stream at 4 hours precisely, even if it didn't finish or not, because I think this will go on for quite a while. Okay, so I guess it fixed it, huh? Did it fix anything here? Go run command Jesus MCP start. No, I get this. Yo. This is so odd. Huh. Huh. That's so weird. Maybe in a Tmux? Why can't I copy paste from here? This is so freaking annoying. Like sometimes it works, sometimes not. I'm like sure of it. Oh my God. It works in the tmux, but it doesn't work on here. Oh, it's like Control D. Okay, well, whatever. Um, okay, so we could potentially try it out in Cursor, right? Jesus, MCP start. Oh, hold on. So it should potentially be enabled here. Execute JS. All right, so if we do what's a good tool execution model, I guess, on it? Register a web page to hunt ducks. Minimal, minimal, minimal. Using execute JS. Because yeah, man, blast from the past. It's been like quite a while. This is so funny. All right, cool. So perfect. I mean, mission succeeded. Mission success. And if you look at where it stores the source code for this, um, you can like see here's the minimal duck hunt thing. So you can see what it created here. It's pretty cool. Sick. Sick, sick, sick. So yeah, we did it. Cool. So let me make a pull request, I guess. Create pull request update to use Go MCP and do some cleanup. I don't know exactly what I did here. All right, integrate MCP Go, remove legacy transport, update client helpers, refactor server start command to use new backend architecture, maintain an existing CLI, introduce a new backend for handling transport logic, ensure compatibility with current tools, clean up code by removing unused features and internal references. All right, cool. So that sounds good. So we have a pull request, and then here we can also create a pull request because we just have one task, right? And we will need to bump the go MCP first. Update to new Pinocchio and new go MCP. So weird. And then, yeah, this guy is like going at it, which is great. Yeah, so Dagger stuff I'm really excited about because integration tests is something I wanted to do for quite a while. And then it also seems that it's able to do like agenty stuff, which is cool as well. All right, yeah, this is cool. Um, so why is this broken? Bad file. YAML mapping values are not allowed in this context. In which context? Oh, it's this nonsense. Create pull request from YAML. Okay, so what does ChatGPT, by the way, say? Why Dagger for agents? Okay. Build out the full textbook to go with track A course. Dagger plus go. Right. Oh, the lint fails. All right, so the pull request still requires us to bump GoGo MCP, but here everything runs through. The secret scanning, I'll have to fix that one day. So in GoGo MCP, we can do fetch origin, get rebase origin main, can do, and then we can go to corp, go into GoGo MCP, pull rebase, make tag patch release. So it's going to do 0014, which we can then bump in Jesus. Yep. And then in a separate, oops. Write out the full textbook for this course. Deep research. Experienced Go plus Dagger. Hands-on guide. Markdown. Really deep. All right, so we'll learn more about Dagger As we go, we're going to finish the bump. So this has been published. We're going to bump this, and we're going to update the pull request, and we're going to merge Jesus, and then everything's going to be like up to date. All right, so go mod tidy. Now we're going to do arrow update Geppetto, I guess update dependencies. We're going to push. We're going to have a build and pre-push just for the fun of it. I really like this minimal duck game, went so fast. And it really is like the promising thing to go forward. So now that I have it all back, my JavaScript, and I'm going to add all these like libraries. We also have the OIDC server, right, which we merged, which we can integrate now into GoGo MCP. So that will be the task for tomorrow. Pretty excited about that. Self-contained OIDC auth, everything server for quickly exposing your MCPs to ChatGPT or Claude AI. We have built a bunch of Dagger things here, so run them, right? And then we pushed it over here, so now we can go to our GitHub com golems Jesus, which is going to have a pull request. And this pull request is going to have broken secret scanning. The dependency scanning is broken. Oh, it's not supported. Enable dependency graph. So let's go do that. And then here, I'm going to say reject, just run straight, no need for ZSHLC. And then where is this? Advanced security. Dependency graph enable, depend bot, security updates, group security updates, and version updates. All right. Anyway, we have a pull request. And then the dependency scanning. So now we have all of these guys going. Oh, it's restarting all the builds, like dependency scanning is also restarted. Cool. We have 2 researches going. Another one here, so those I'll print them out for breakfast tomorrow. Secret scanning, dependency scanning, row gosec dependency parser. Use of net HTTP support timeout, timeouts, 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 timeouts. Is this all the same file? Why do I have so many servers? Why are there so many listen and serve in here? All right, SQL string formatting. Yeah, well, fuck this. We're gonna check those another time. It's good that they're flagged though, right? Because this is something that I can see myself using in a semi-production setting. So I'm going to merge the dependencies first. And update core dependencies and adapt to these changes. And then we're going to merge that. All right. Which means fetch origin, get rebase origin main. Oh, and we refactored our workspace manager, right? So we're still using the old one here, but it's going to be running the new Dagger ones. I hope they will just like fix all of them. This is all good. So we can just delete this workspace now, which was migrate Jesus go MCP. You can see it has like 6 repos, right? It's a nice way to manage like multi-repo stuff. All right, so we did that as well. That is pretty cool. What did I do today? So this is a good way to remind myself of like what I actually do, because I tend to forget so quickly. So August 23rd, 21 commits, Jesus. Geppetto, what were the commits in Geppetto? Oh, it's dependencies, linting, subscribing to routers. This was just like fixing up. Oh yeah, we merged the whole Redis web chat UI as well. Forgot about that. That was like the first hour. And then in Gogo Labs, we have the OIDC server, and we updated Gogo MCP, and then we updated. This is what I really like about GPT-5, right? It's like this is all refactoring. This is all like just adding fairly complex stuff that really doesn't respond well to slop. And it just did it. Like all of these, I think, are also um, yeah, I mean, I didn't do any code review, right? Like, definitely vibing full speed here, but we're vibing refactoring. And so that is really exciting to me, which is I know that the changes it did right, and like, so for example, this is a significant cleanup. Um, and the significant cleanup here is like it removed 7,000 lines of code, right? And it only added like 1,600 new ones. And like all of this code is actually like very readable. It's not like this thing where it adds like 15 test files and has like all this slop. This is just like very clean reorganizing thing, right? And it just like had no qualms about deleting stuff. Didn't even tell it what to delete. It deleted the UI server, which maybe it shouldn't have, but we can always fetch it back. And really left it at like the MCP code. And like these things I find are very easy to review. And learning about Dagger, building a proper code review agent is now something I definitely want to tackle, especially with the new like inference framework that I have. These are all command line verbs, right? Like the interesting stuff actually starts to happen here in the package. And you can see that actually it's removing a lot of code and that like it's just very very reviewable. Like that's another factor that is like really important to all of this is that it's just tight. And I just like fully vibe this, right? Like I said, like, oh, replace this with the Go MCP thing. And then it like actually imported the Go MCP Go server. Like it's just like, I don't know. I'm totally in love. Look at that. This is the only functionality thing that it added. Then it deleted all this shit from the package. And then it modified the command line tools to use the new client library. So like absolutely no risk. It just like deleted a ton of code. And then here in the command, it like completely streamlined this. This is like a deep, like this is like, I wouldn't have been able to do that even taking my time, you know? It's just so fascinatingly on point. Of course, I like my contribution is like all of this, right? It's like being able to steer it at least at this like step by step, but it's really just like this is the kind of stuff you could commodify in a agent loop, I think, pretty well. Anyway, this is one of the refactors. I wasn't even aware that it would be like so elegant. I knew it would be like kind of tight, but I didn't expect it to be like basically, okay, we're going to start the backend, and then the backend is going to register the tools that we mapping here to the two frameworks, and then we map the results back, and then that's it. It's like most of it is just like mapping tool structures actually. So this is not even like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was an easy refactor, like who knows? But the fact that it was able to just plow through it is like pretty incredible. And then if we look at the OIDC one, which is slightly more involved, so we have the whole HTTP page. This one I used Sonnet on, so this one I actually expect some slop. I should have maybe tagged the commit that was Sonnet to see how far it spread. Because I think, for example, this, right, it has it twice. And so that's because Sonnet doesn't like delete shit. Like you can tell, this is exactly the same file. And then here, I still embedded, but I'm not sure if this login file is used. And you can tell here, like this is, yeah, not a super fan overall. but also it's like hard to tell at this point, like how much is, I mean, this looks like GPT-5 code. I can tell because it's so compact. It's hard for me to read. Like that's the one thing I don't like about GPT-5. It like barely puts a new line in there. Everything's just like cramped together. Like I really hate that because it makes it hard to read. So maybe it's like just a prompt instruction. I didn't do the formatting, it looks like. That's funny. Um, but yeah, here again, right? Like the functionality of adding a proper auth backend. This is the GPT-5 code. It's a single file. It added 258 lines, I guess, for the entire backend functionality of this with. So this obviously, this is like security relevant code. This is not something I'm going to push in production anytime soon. Because it's easy to like miss stuff like this, right? Like be like, is this a good path? Like, is this really what we want? Is it properly signed? Does it actually check the JWT? But with the Dagger stuff, I think I'll be able to set up a bunch of tests that will test like authentication failures, like full flows. I'm pretty excited about that. What other pull requests did we do? Just to get a sense of update core dependencies on Jesus. Yeah, that's going to be interesting too. And then the workspace manager is the big one, right? And then this one I'm really curious. And also it seems to be battling things already a little bit here. I wonder if it hangs. I'm not sure what it does. So here in the Jesus update, so this was actually a little bit harder because I didn't tell it anything about how to fix that. And yeah, look at these diffs. They're just like splendid. Like they're just so on point. And I had to do a lot of like understanding on how to do this, right? Like these are not easy ones. This one I actually did with the tab completion. Yeah, this is, I'm actually amazed by how on point this is. This is like so incredibly reviewable. Anyway, I'm in love. Like the OIDC server stuff, obviously not only is the code compact and complex, but it's the functionality is complex, and the stuffiness of GPT-5 code is like a little bit annoying to me because I can't just like scroll over it. So maybe I should add that to the system prompt. All right, well, that was pretty successful. It's like, I wonder if the workspace manager refactor is going to move on. I wonder if this is stuck, for example, right? I'm just going to be like, continue. Yeah, I think it was stuck because it was like a 38% one before I stopped it. So I'll let this run probably tomorrow. It'll be like all good. Maybe tonight I'll continue streaming again just to integrate the OIDC server into my GoGo MCP framework and expose the remote connector execute.js to chatgpt.com and then make like some interactive UIs for interacting with deep research results and that kind of stuff. All right, so I will let it run and then we'll see you next time.